Hello, 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 and welcome to Creative Quarantine Springfield. We are in day number 21. Wow, 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 wow. We are rolling, y'all. We are rolling. The days are moving along. I think the time anxiety is setting in. Artists are now taking an overall look at what they've been doing and trying to assess what they're going to be able to get done between now and the end of the show. So, got a lot of things going on this week. So, everybody's trying to get ready for the sale on Friday. We're having a sale for those of you that have not been keeping up. In the sale, we will be giving you a preview to all the pieces that are going to be exhibited at the show, but you get a chance to purchase for the first time before anybody else. So, tune in Friday, tomorrow. Tomorrow at 6:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you will get a first chance to acquire original works created by the participants during the Creative Quarantine Springfield. This is the first time we've ever done this. Typically, when the quarantine's over, the artists would frame and prepare and do set up the show and then do an exhibition, and people will come to the reception, and then people will buy at that point. It'll be the first time they get a chance to see it. It's at the reception. Now you guys get to preview it on tomorrow at 6:00. So come on in, have fun, bring your empty wallet, your stimulus check, or whatever else you got sitting on the side, and we will accommodate you. Also, what else is going on? I'm gonna do the whole show without Louise Cutler today. She's been working very, very hard. And
without me, really? Well,
I keep finding these tricky ways to make her log in herself because she wants me to bring her in the show now.
Hey.
So she sits in the cut. All I gotta do is say, "Well, we're gonna do it without her today." She pops.
Well, I'm going to be honest. If you see my screen with just my image on there, because I have been up since yesterday.
Wow. Well, it's getting in that time of the project.
I know.
You get to day 21, you get to day 20. This fatigue is setting in.
What is it, like a crack addict? You're like,
yeah, the creative juices are starting to need some replenishing. You're tired. Your sleep schedule's off.
Yeah,
all of it. So everybody's kind of adjusting.
I think everybody, because I know the other day I was like, where is everybody? You know where they were at? Trying to get that Friday.
They were either painting or sleeping.
They trying to get it in for Friday.
Exactly. But a lot of artists turned in their work over the last couple of nights getting ready for the sale tomorrow. So we finally got a portfolio for our man Sheldon Smith.
Oh, nice.
So now we have 9 portfolios that are going to be shown. We're showing throughout the show. Got a couple little treats for you. Even got another blast in the past where I show you the Creative Quarantine Fund 2009.
Nice.
So, what you got for me? What's on your mind today?
Hey, I was up all night yesterday, and when it hit 5 o'clock, I said I might as well just stay up.
So you did a straight through.
I did a straight through.
Wow. No, I can't tell you looking good because I can't do a straight through. I kept saying I'm gonna do one before it's over. A straight through would probably really tank me right now.
Yeah. So, it was and I did all of it without caffeine.
Hey. I don't do caffeine either though. I don't do caffeine at all. So
but what kept me up is I'm trying to get all of the stuff off of my phone, in my iPhone, in my iPad, but I'm working on I was using my laptop. I was like, I'll dump it on the laptop and transfer it. But the laptop was giving me such a hard time yesterday. It took my whole night. I didn't even work on artwork. I was like, how could I spend all this time on this crazy PC?
Well, knock on wood. So far, we've been okay on the tech side with all these videos flying back and forth and stories.
I know, because I have a video for you. I ended up doing it on the laptop, and hold on, check it out.
Look at her. She got stuff all over the floor. She's got containers with colored water in it, and woo! That looks pretty good, lady.
Look at that.
That looks hot. That's hot. That's a hot first response to alcohol resist right there. That looks good.
I know, and I played around with it, and you'll get the video. I played around with those pearlescent colors that I have.
Okay.
I played around with the pearlescent colors, and because I showed it to Karen today, she was like, "What colors did you use?" I said, "Girl, I just had some fun playing around with."
Let me ask you a question. What does Wondersize, the one that's for paper, is all of that oil based, or is any of that water based?
On this,
your size is for your leaf.
Oh, it's no, it's one's water based and one's oil based. They only use oil based.
If you thin down the water based size, you can do the same thing with leaf.
Really?
Yeah, it's got to be just the right formula, 50-50. Drop the alcohol in it. It's gonna do the same thing, and then you can go and leaf on top of that. You talking about?
Oh, yeah, I bet that because I'm going to do some. I was thinking what I'm going to do on these. I'm just going to ink them. I'm just going to pin and ink them, and then I might put some leaf in there. But they turned out fabulous.
Yeah, they look good. Did you do all 4 of them the same way, or you did them all different?
I did them all different. Hold on, because I'm going to draw on them today.
Okay. So as you see, we are experimenting. I got some boxes here with heads in them and I'm doing all kinds of crazy stuff over here just to divert my attention. Today I started on 3 collages. Whoa, that is nice. I can say you got it down now, lady.
Yeah,
especially on white. Especially working on white. The secret is making sure you seal that paper, and you could do some crazy stuff.
That's what I said. And you could really see all the pearlescent colors in there. And then I used this right here is a ink. I mixed an ink with the pearlescent color. Okay. And so it turned out really, because I was playing around with inks and all of that.
Well, for those of you that tuned in, we're going to show you that one more time so you can see what's happening. This is our live sale number 1 on tomorrow. At 6 p.m. Make sure you tune in. You can join us on Art for the Soul Gallery, and you can join us on Creative Quarantine Facebook pages to see what's going on. And if by chance you can't reach us there, you can surely go to my YouTube channel, Larry Poncho Brown. Make sure you subscribe, and you can see all of the shows there, but you can catch the sale on YouTube tomorrow as well.
And share with your friends. Share with your friends, because we're always looking for friends. As a matter of fact, Poncho, I think we should do something where it's like, who can share, whose friends report in, like who shares, and then they have to shout out the person that shared it.
Well, that would be nice, but we got something that's actually going on right now that I need to remind everybody of. To the gallery out there, we have our best testimonial contest. You can send us, whoever sends us the best 1-minute video.
Oh, my sister has already finished hers.
Explaining what you got from watching the quarantine. The best video will receive an original from yours truly. And
my sister
got
called me this
tomorrow.
morning.
You got till tomorrow to send me that to my email box. If you
There's
have
the email, Linda.
If you cannot upload your email, you're going to have to go to wetransfer.com to get me that video, because your video will probably be too big to send. So wetransfer.com is free. Just connect that to wetransfer.com to my email address, larryponchobrown@gmail.com.
And it'll go right to him.
We'll have I'll select the winner as soon as we get the videos.
Yes. So Miss Johnson already have a video. She was like, Louise, send me Poncho's phone number.
Hey, it's time. It is time.
Like, send me his email address, because at first she said I wasn't gonna do it because I'm not an artist. I said it doesn't have anything to do with an artist.
For all of the people who've been watching the show, everybody who watches is eligible. But we got this thing called the gallery that consists of people who have been watching all 80 hours, 80 plus, now 90 plus hours of focus. So on my gallery, don't get beat out by somebody that just started watching yesterday.
Don't get beat out, because you know somebody that's just started watching is gonna come in for one of those Poncho Brown originals. I might sneak something in under a pseudonym.
Yeah, with a mask on.
You'll be like, who is Chuck E. Cheese?
Oh, that's definitely a winner right there. We need to contact that person.
That's right. Who is Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah,
I don't know.
This person's from Fort Collins, Colorado. Yeah, I know who it is. In any event, y'all, that's all the stuff that's happening. Those look great. I guess we might as well go ahead and get this thing started.
Let the
day do what it's going to do. Other than that, I am. What am I? I'm in a weird state. I guess I'm also predicting the end of the quarantine, but my brain is so wrapped up in the organizing for the exhibition. So right now, I'm trying to get ahead.
You're in limbo. You're in a limbo.
Yeah, but in the studio, I'm in a serious limbo. You should see the explosion of my 2 tables. I got stuff everywhere. Things that I started that I hadn't finished.
So it looks worse than my floor.
Oh yeah. I have to give you a tour later on. It's ridiculous. But
so how late did you stay up last night?
I stayed here till about 1. I didn't do a late nighter. So, but now you got me charged up. I don't know when I'm going to do my overnighter. It might be a good overnighter day for me would probably be like a Monday or a Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm like,
we might need it by the time this thing's over, because I'm next week I might go hard.
I know. If we go, you know what? I was like, okay, I've been counting. I'm like, okay, so this will make how many?
If you got your list now, you know exactly how many you got.
I'm like, so this will make. Well, they're not. I got more on that list. I was trying to. Did you get the list?
I got your list, and I also got your pieces too.
You know what I ended up doing?
I got your collaboration pieces as well.
You know what I ended up doing is sending it to all 3.
I don't know what to do with those.
With what?
Your collaboration pieces you sent me. I got them today. I gotta
show them.
I gotta wrap my brain around these. So I thought LaShawn's were going to be a challenge, but see, that's not fair, because me and LaShawn have done so many collaborations that we got a flow. So here's one, and I got something sketched on this already. So I
figured you would.
All right,
that's the easy one.
That's the easy one. This one will be an easy one. I don't know where you were going with this, but it's an easy one. I
love it. I just saw that in the picture.
This is going to be tough, but I think I know what I'm going to do already.
Okay.
All right. This one with the leaf on it, I don't know what to do with this. I, I'll probably just draw a tree in the back and send it back to you on that one.
That was so much fun to do.
Now this one, that's what she gave me. That's what I got to work with. So yeah, I got 5 pieces, but I'm gonna get them all done.
I know. I was looking at them and then I just laid them all out on the table. So I'm gonna send you the so before you start working on them, I'm gonna send you I'll send you my time lapse and we'll put those 2 time lapse together.
That's cool. I can do that.
So then that way we'll have then it will be a collaborative time lapse.
Very, very cool. So that's about it for all of the pre-announcements and the show coming up this tomorrow. I keep saying this weekend.
Oh, you haven't gotten that yet. Okay, that was the small packet.
Yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you this presentation and then we're going to get this party started. So it's day 21. We got 10 days left. I had a good, productive morning. Got in here early. Started prepping 3 pieces that popped into my brain. I have some gun charts that are target charts that I use when I go to the gun range. And I happened to find a couple of them. So I looked at them and I said, wow, those would really translate well into a new series. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start 3 new collages today. Big 24-36-ish. You know, nothing but Mod Podge and a big old sponge brush. I plan to do them real crude and I got the idea in my head. So I'm going to be working on those, starting those up, getting the base on those. And I am going to also circle back and start dry brushing the pieces that I casted yesterday. So I'm really feeling good today. All the artists now trying to get themselves situated for the sale happening on Friday at 6 o'clock. So if you have not been paying attention, check us out at Friday at 6 o'clock on the show. And we will be actually giving you a first preview and sales opportunity on this Saturday. And it will also determine whether we do another one before now and the end of the quarantine, which is in 10 days. So everybody's in mid-game. Everybody's been trying to get their list done, to update what their the pieces they've created and the specs and all that, so that we can put those pieces on the show tomorrow. It's going to be a little bit involved with making that happen. So more than likely, I'll be up here late tonight doing that. In addition, Luis is going to be helping us do that so we can get ready for that sale on Friday. So my day is going to be full. My night is going to be full, but I'm up to the game. My energy level is good today. Artists are coming through. Portfolios are coming up. We got about, I think we have 9 portfolios up now. So there's only 3 artists that need to submit some work. So that's what's happening, y'all. Everybody's moving and grooving. LaShawn Beal pieces are coming in. I just got some of Sheldon's new works coming in. So today's show, you'll probably see that preview going through. I'm also thinking about showing you the exit interview from Creative Quarantine, I believe 09 in Atlanta, Georgia, which was a really nice quarantine featuring myself, Andre Thompson, Gwyn Redford, and the great Grace Kisa. And so you get to see our thoughts on that particular one. You know, we're going to probably try to do exit interviews with all the artists for this particular quarantine too. So with that, let me get in the studio and show you what I'm working on. So today I got this idea to use some of my targets from the gun range and create some pieces that speak to what's happening today. So I've been collaging all day. These are, I think I want these to be real dramatic, real crude pieces to speak to a pretty ugly subject. I did 3 of them. So I'm going to be working on these, you know, probably all through the night. I got one on the table over here too that I'm working on. I got 3 targets. These are my actual target charts. And I'm a pretty good shot. If you look at this right here, I got a pretty good grouping by the X. But we're going to use these charts to talk about the gun violence that's been happening. So I'm just giving you a preview to what that's going to look like. Got a lot of work to do on those. These are about 24 by 36. And after I get those done, we'll have a dialogue. But until then, it's just a sneak preview of what's getting ready to happen with that. So my table is very messy today, but I am working on a couple of masks that I painted. And right now I'm getting ready to go in and just dry brush a little bit of color on here. I may do this in several layers of color. I'm just trying to block it up right now so I can get some shape on it. I also plan to alcohol resist some of this mask. So I'm going to start laying the color down on that. Again, just dry brushing some color areas in on it. Here's another mask that I'm working on. I took the time yesterday. I covered it. The box, this is a wooden box. Covered it with lace. Did some gesso painting on it. Mounted it, glued it. Letting it dry really good now. You see it's got some nice texture areas I'm going to be able to work with. So I'm going to move this out the way for right now. So you can see what we're working on. And this one right here is just starting the beginning of adding some color to this. This is another one of the masks that I poured the other day. Again, my plan is to do a treatment on it, alcohol treatment on it, so it'll pick up a little more detail. On this one, I'm just going to pick some cool colors. Even when I do stuff like this, I'm trying to follow the contour of the sculpture. So I would paint her face just like as if I was painting it on a painting. Follow some lines, some shape. And by the time I get ready to really paint this, all this color will be under the bottom. Trying to get some of the detail areas under her nose. And I'm just blocking in color for detail. When I start to do my alcohol resist, it'll have some body on the bottom of it. This is again textured paper. Actually, textured wallpaper set inside of a box. I think I'm getting ready for my alcohol resist. So I'm going to mix up some gesso. I think I want to add another color in there. So make some purple in there to make it vibrate a little bit. That green, aqua green, and that blue is too close in color, so I'll break that up. I'll break that up a little bit, a tad. Just enough to add a couple more bits of color here and there. Don't want to overdo it. It should only be like an underpainting. Because I'm still going to put details on it once I get it back from this position here. Alright, so I'm going to let that dry first before I do anything to it. Meanwhile, while that's setting, I'll start doing the same thing on this one. It's a little slightly larger piece. I'm thinking about working some reds and warm colors into this one, like a red oxide. If I have any red oxide left, because I've been using a lot of it on this quarantine. Let's see what we got here. So again, we're going to just dry brush into this a little bit. Pick up a couple of detail areas on it. First, I want to do the part of the face that's going to be alcohol resistant. So I'll start laying that down in some color. As you can see, I'm trying to follow the contour of the sculpture as much as I can. As you can see, when I do this dry brushing, you can pick up really nice patterns off of that lace and even off the wood base that it's on. So I want to just continue laying down some groundwork. Let that lace start to show through. I even put the lace on the border, because I plan on dry brushing the whole thing. So, trying something a little different here. I've not done anything that looks like this before, but I'm trying to get more into some sculptural works and some assemblage works in the near future. So why not during the quarantine? And as you see, I'm not trying to overpaint this. Little dry brushing here and there, just some detail. And this right here, got to be real careful because I don't want to lose the detail in this lace on her forehead. So I'm just going to go ahead and dry brush that, because that might change after I hit it with the alcohol. And now she's shaping up pretty good.
That looks fantastic. I love the lace on that.
Just trying to pick up as many details as I can pick up in her face first. So I'll also be painting on the sides. But my plan is to only dry brush it. So I'm not shooting for super detail. I'll save my detailing for the end. Right now she's shaping up pretty good. Okay, my first level of dry brushing is looking good. Picked up some detail all the way around. I'm not going to really mess with the sides too much. But I do have some lace on the top. I'll hit that now. Just to have a basic color on it. I can always come back later on and subtract from that. As I said, I am running out of red oxide because I used so much of it this last couple of weeks on different projects. This happens to be one of the colors I kind of dig. Very earthy looking, clay looking. I like that clay look, even with pieces that have figures in it. Just reminds me of that. That earth element. So again, I'm not trying to get too detailed with this. Just want to pick up my details. I can see what I'm working with. It's a little easier than working on just that black. So at this point, I'm in a pretty good place. I'm going to add some hotter or warmer tones into this before I start doing my alcohol resist technique, which will probably change everything that's happening in that base, but I'm also trying not to flood it and let it do what it do. So yeah. As you can see, the lacy areas on her are really beginning to pop up. So I'm going to get something warmer. I need a little orange in it, maybe. Maybe some gentle might look nice. It's another color I haven't really done a lot with. Just bought a tube, so let's see what we got on top of this fluid outside. It's a little too translucent for me. I'm just going to hit the high points of her face. Maybe it will work. Just give it a little hit. And let that pink be my hit color for right now. As you can see, that's beginning to really bring her face up a little bit. Again, I'm trying not to overdo it. Because it's going to be alcohol resist time. I'm going to lose a lot of that anyway. So, all right, with that, I'm going to stop. That pink might look good in between this lace around this border too. So I'll start getting into how I'm going to break that up. I don't want this thing to look, I want it to look very untraditional. So just practicing on that, see how that's going to look. Might look pretty tight. All right. I'm going to let her set up and get ready to go back to this other piece. My drawing table right now looks like it's got like 5 or 6 different projects cooking on it. Okay, so here's where we mix a little bit of black gesso. Okay, I'll get my combination right today. Some days you have good days, and some days you have days where it could have been a little bit better. I'll try to do this in a 50-50 mix. I'm not going to mix a lot of it. Get my alcohol ready. Now I could have used another color, but since this piece has got a lot of darkness in it, I'm going to keep that. Probably better do a little test on the mixture. So I'll take a palette and see if I can use that. Here's an old palette of mine. I'm just going to do a little bit of a test here, so I move her out the way. And I'll take this mixture and take my fan brush. Let's see, I got a fan brush. So I use the fan brush because it keeps the paint moving. So I got 2 different types of fan brushes that I'm using right now. Of course, my older brushes tend to do this a little bit better. I'm going to test first. Let that move on top of this. And then I'm going to take my alcohol and I'm going to drop it in there so I can see what kind of mixture I have. And I think that's pretty good. And I'm going to actually use some gravity on it so I can see how that's running. Okay, it's not too bad, not too bad. See how it's showing me a little detail on the bottom of it? So I just want to capture that kind of nuance underneath of that mask. So that's my test. I'm going to just go ahead and jump right in and see if we can maintain this. Just going to, I don't know, I'm not going to second guess myself. I did a test. I'm just going to flood that on. Keep that moving as much as I can. And now I'm going to go ahead and start using my alcohol resist. I'm not going to rush this. I'm going to just let it do some things. And get some of the areas before it sets too much. It's not bad looking. It'll be hold up pretty nicely. That looks actually very, very good. I'm going to leave it alone. Sometimes you just got to leave stuff alone. And I'll take another brush and try to get rid of the puddle that I created in there inside my box. Or maybe I just tilt. No, I don't want to tilt it because it'll change the design on my mask. So I'll just come in here and usher that wash on the other side. I can always repaint those high points again. Just want that paint to run off a little bit. I can always go back and re-add that. And so the secret with alcohol resist really is just leave it alone. Leave it alone, coming back to it after it's done some things. So now that I've gotten that started, I'm going to leave it alone. I'm going to switch it out with this. Let her sit. This one right here, I'm going to do the same thing with. Like I said, I got so much stuff on this table that I gotta be really careful. Right from here, I'm gonna do the same thing again. I don't think I have enough paint, so I'm gonna mix up some more. Get that to a nice consistency. You see the cells on that first piece turned out really nice. So I'm going to try to see if I can get something close to that. Still feels a little thick. I'm going to use my test again. And just hit it. And while it's wet, I'll take some alcohol and drop it in there. And you see it's crawling out. It's on the thick side, so I'm going to have to move a little quicker on this. But as you can see, I'm still able to get some small details without losing a lot. So I think I'm going to leave it right where it is. That's my test. Where is my fan brush? Okay, this is going to have to move fast, so I'm just going to go around there. I'm going to try to leave my lace alone. I'm going to go around her face. In the detail areas that I painted. Keep this paint moving and grooving. And before it starts to set up too much, so I'm going to start dropping my alcohol. And that paint was a little on the thick side, but it's going to hold some really nice cells. So you just got to keep it moving. Open it up a little bit. Okay, I think I might be overdoing it, so I'm going to stop. Got just enough cells in there to get some interesting little areas in there. I'm going to also take time and smooth that out a little bit. Let that kind of do what it's going to do. Wish I had a little more color in there than this. Lost more color than I thought, but you know, it's hard to judge sometimes until you complete it where things are really going. I can come back and mess with a few things here. If I can open that up, but as you can see, that black paint is pretty well set at this point. So I'm not so worried about it getting into the where the lace is. The only thing I'm worried about with that is that I don't want it to stay wet too long. So I will move it around a little bit so it has supposed to go. Because I can always go back and hit those high points again once it starts to dry. So I think this is a very, very good spot for me to stop. I do believe that I'm not going too far. So she's shaping up. Got some little details happening there. And my first one has set up pretty nicely too. So there are both of them set next to one another. I'm going to let that kind of do its thing for a little bit and let those dry really good. And then I'll come back and do some more dry brushing on top of them. But the cells look good. The color underneath looks good. Just going to play the waiting game and see what other things happen to the alcohol. And then come back and work on it some more. So I've let this dry down a little bit. See if I can get a little closer to it so you can see it. So we got some details, got some color, it's still drying, got some nice cells in it. We're gonna let this really sit and dry good first before I start doing anything else to it. And then my blue one has some nice stuff happening in it as well. And she is still drying under the nose, around the edges and all that stuff too. So I'm going to let her sit and then pick up dry brushing it later. At this point in the game, everybody has their collaboration pieces, everybody has their work charted out. 10 days left means they're now having to adjust to finishing whatever they started. So some of the ideas that they had, they may or may not be able to implement. I know I have not had a chance to jump on two big plates I have sitting over here, but I am going to get on those plates. Those plates are going to be done before I get the quarantine over. So I'm adjusting my brain now to looking at what pieces have to be done and scoping out how I'm going to get them done in the next 10 days. So I think I want to work late tonight. I think I'm going to work late tonight. I might do another 3 o'clocker. My energy's up good. I might have to order me up some food for delivery a couple times this evening, but I am on it, and I'm sure all the other artists are on it too.
Hey y'all. It's probably, I think it's about 4:10 in the evening, Thursday. I think this is day 20 or 21. Feeling a little sad because it's getting ready to wrap up. But I'm going to go hard in the paint this weekend to finish up some things. Um, just finished putting the piece that Pancho and I did together. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's right there wrapped in plastic. Got to fine tune some more things on it. And I broke a piece today from the quarantine, so I'm kind of sad about it, but it's okay because I can redo it again. That is the beautiful thing about having a talent of doing pottery. So I'm working on the piece right now to replace it. But I hope everybody is having a good day. Just thinking about what's next as far as my creativity goes. And that's it. That's all I got today. It's very quiet. This is my first full day back in the studio because I do work other jobs. But I have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to myself. So I can't wait to kind of go hard in the paint. So it's going to be some late nights now. So I was going to bed at like 10:30, 11, sometimes midnight. But it looks like I'm going to be pulling some probably all-nighters to make sure everything is everything that I want to be for the Springfield show. I'm going to be up doing some late nights. But it's going to be worth it. Worth it. And for all of you all who see me drink out of my plastic cups, I actually drink out of a mug today because they're all washed. Last of the coffee. And so all of my cups could fit right in here. So nice old 4 cups of coffee. I drink it fast today though. But I'm chasing it down with some water. Ice water. Poncho, yes, it is ice. It is water. There's no other fun things in here. I tried this. I don't think I like it so much. So it's just hanging out here until I get to the garbage can. But anyway, I'll see you guys tonight. I'll be here at 9:30. Bye.
Greetings, friends. So today we're looking at Karen Clark's artwork and how I have included it in one of my illustrations, or at least a drawing, and I think it'll turn into something a little more illustrated. But right now it's a still life, and I did go through some iterations at the end because I wanted to play around with some ideas, to see if I could add my own little touch to it. In the beginning, I thought, let's really stick to what's true to her artwork. But, once I got to the end of that, I was like, oh, what if I put it in its own little world? So I just started playing around with a few things, and this is kind of how that developed. And the speed painting doesn't really show that to you very well. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that before we get back into the drawing, slow down the time lapse a little bit, and just kind of talk about my thoughts as I kind of wrap up this project. Now, just to give you a little bit of context, I am collaborating with Karen with the Creative Quarantine residency, and this is my idea of collaboration. What I wanted to do is create some books that incorporated some of her artwork. And we weren't able to get that done in the time frame, but I'm sure that we will be able to do that in the future. So I thought, oh, what can I do? What can I do? And I wanted to study her work, so I started doing drawings using her work as a reference study. So there's some things that are a little bit off. I think mine came out a little bit wider. There's some things I kind of had to make up just for the sake of time. I couldn't really do a carbon copy of, an exact copy of the artwork of the vessel. I really wanted to get this done too. So I cheated it a little bit, made some stuff up. I didn't use any kind of measuring tools. I just kind of eyeballed it. I didn't use any tricks or anything like that for the drawing. I didn't do any tracing or duplicating, flipping, or anything like that. I just kind of treated this like pencil on paper. And maybe even like charcoal on gray tone. Maybe I started it treating it like pencil on paper when I was doing the line work. And then when I jumped to the grayscale, that's when I really started to want to pull out the form. I think it did start like a kind of sketchy, like a drawing, but then I really did want to kind of smooth things out and pull out a little bit more of the texture. Which of course I'm always talking about texture. My obsession with texture. And these spirals, gosh, they took forever. Well, the first one took a long time to kind of figure out how to get that little sheen on there, which I loved. I thought that was a fabulous touch. I thought that there are a lot of little subtle things in here that were fun to capture, and I'm sure that I'll be using some of that in illustration in the future. How to make things look like they have this little subtle metallic glistening thing going on. How can I make things look like a sculpture that's made of these kinds of materials, that's affected and textured by hand? That's valuable information. I can use that and apply it to other forms in my artwork that represent other things. So that was a fun learn when I got to that kind of texture discovery. Another thing I did was I wanted to drop this into an environment. I got kind of wound up in the actual subject, but as a composition, it was just kind of floating around in space, and nothing was like grounding it, and it needed the environment. So I felt like it gave it context to really help push things forward by giving it a little bit of backdrop, a platform to sit on, and this drop shadow behind it. I think it enhanced the form overall. I didn't spend too much time on that. I think that when you leave some things a little loose, it allows the things that are very tight and have a lot of attention and detail to really come forward and shine. I also think that it helps it to look more like, a natural medium. Maybe it'll look more like, a black and white acrylic drawing or acrylic painting, as opposed to something that's very digital. and obviously digital. I like that my work looks like it was done by hand. I like that it looks, or not by hand. I can't stand that phrase. Everything I do is done by hand. My hands operate tools that are required to create this artwork. But it's not done traditionally. But it is done stroke by stroke, and I apply the same theories. Excuse me, tool. And yeah, so when I'm using this tool, I have all of these different kind of brushes at my disposal, and yeah, it's a great opportunity to play around. I think using a digital platform to create work. I think once I went digital, I started experimenting a lot more and stopped getting so wound up on messing things up. I mean, you can still mess up a digital piece of work, but you know, it really freed me up to try and try things that would formerly intimidate me. And it gave me a lot of confidence when I went back to traditional stuff to not be afraid to try things and challenge myself, or use my materials. So back to this guy here. Another thing that I wanted to do with this piece was make sure that all of the color and value was true to what was going on in the reference. Everything was looking like the same color, and I noticed in the reference, top was much darker. Bottom, the clay that was used, or the treatment that was used for the clay, whatever she did, there was two different colors. The first two had a certain depth of darkness to it. Value was jumping around all over the place. All these things were different colors, and I wanted to make sure that was coming through. I was working with that color picture for reference, but then just to make it easy on myself to kind of whip through this a little bit quicker, I just went into one of my photo editing apps, and I think it's Music, and turned it into a black and white picture, adjusted the levels a little bit so it looked the way I wanted it to look in terms of contrast. And I used that instead, so I didn't have to kind of figure out as much. The information was there. So yeah, that helped things kind of move along a little bit faster. I think it's just easier on my brain. Yeah, I went back to these spirals and these little shapes. I jumped around quite a bit, and you'll notice that there'll be some things that come in and disappear. When I was doing these spirals, there's times when doing things that are repetitive is really meditative and relaxing, wonderful, and you're learning this technique and this kind of way of creating this form over and over again. And then it starts to become kind of tedious, and my eyes got to move on to something else. So you'll see me jumping around from spiral to spiral on one side to the other, then down to the ribbons a little bit, then back to the face. I kept noticing things that I just wanted to kind of tighten up, push around, or enhance. So yeah, those spirals, gosh, but I loved doing them. I mean, they made the whole piece. Once those started coming in, I mean, the magic really started to come alive. I actually felt like it did something for portrait once these spirals started to make an entrance. And so, yeah, this was a lot of fun. This was so much fun. And the ribbon too, keeping everything looking like the same width and all of that stuff. I assure you, I made up a lot of the details in here. For instance, the spirals aren't truly shaped the way they are in the reference in such a way that they're wrapping around the vessel. But I did do some little tricks here and there with shading to just kind of look like that. And I was hoping that if everything else was tight enough around it, the form underneath of it, all these other kind of directional lines that are around it, that it would make up for that. And I think I pulled it off. These little illustrator tips and tricks to get around stuff you don't feel like doing or don't have time to do. Don't have time to figure out how to distort and warp that so it looks just like the picture perfectly. So yeah, you'll see a lot of clicking back and forth between layers too, here and there, from time to time. Sometimes I just like to see what my progress looks like, what things will look like if this part was added, this part was duplicated, so what would that look like? There's times where I just kind of take a break from the actual piece, the actual vase that's in the middle, and just kind of play around with the area around it because I was so tempted. I was so tempted to add my touch and add more depth, I guess, more texture. It just felt so flat. And I pulled it all away. I pulled it all away, went back to all these little details. Ooh. So this part was so much fun in doing these kind of geometric shapes and lines and things. I really enjoyed the precision of these lines and the organic nature of them. And again, I mentioned last time that there is asymmetry within the symmetry, which makes this just extraordinarily dynamic in a super subtle way. Gives it a lot of life and interest. And I think the hair does the same thing very effectively. There's all this kind of freedom in the hair, and there's all this kind of like calm and order everywhere else in these spirals and this ribbon. And I think the markings, the kind of carvings and engravings on the sides of the vessel are a nice combination of those two ideas. It's orderly. It's very orderly, these lines, but they're freeform as well. They're very free flowing. They feel like a stream of consciousness kind of action, more so than a planned one. And I like that. It reminds me of the meditation drawings that I like to do, and doodles that I used to do when I was a kid. I used to like drawing triangles over and over again, like repetitive lines over and over again. And so it was reminiscent of things that I like, drawings that I like to do, just to kind of clear my mind or have some fun, or just to keep my hand moving, or meditate. I just like the way it feels.
Nice.
Draw triangles over and over and over again until the whole page is filled out. Call me a weirdo. I don't mind. I love it. So it reminded me of the pleasure of that kind of rhythmic mark making that is beautiful in and of itself. The design of it is more about the moment, your breath, your body, and kind of going with the flow. And there's no right or wrong. And it's still very thoughtful. It's not random. There's balance there. Maybe there was intuition involved. Perhaps. I'm going to ask Karen all these questions. Karen, if you're watching, I hope you're taking notes, because I want you to answer all these questions. Then we'll have a little interview or something. That'd be fun. I can ask you all the questions I've been wondering over this vessel. Yeah, the other thing about this was some of the more subtle details, I think, really punched this up. I really tried to get the lighting, especially, was super important in some nooks and crannies. I swear, just like the smallest areas will enhance in the biggest ways. So I started adding highlights to the carving to really make it feel like it was catching the light from the other side, and was not just a mark on top, but a notch carved into the substrate. So, oh gosh, extraordinarily fun. I'm really pleased with where this landed. But I did experiment with like playing around with phenomenal light and mystical light. This is where I was playing around with a little bit of graphic design, voodoo, kind of playing around with line and blending modes and layering things up, adding atmosphere, all sorts of things. Actually, I think there were a few more iterations that I tried that didn't make it into this particular video, but I added it here so you can take a look at one of the ones I was really excited about. So thank you, Karen, again for your inspiration. Oh my gosh. This is going to go some other places, I'm sure. I like this kind of dreamy, I feel like maybe it's a winter wonderland. I don't know. I like the way it developed. I like the way it kind of evolved. It started out to just be like smoke. And then I thought maybe clouds. Then I thought maybe mist. And then I was just like, how do I get rid of this wall back here? I just need it outside or something. It's like a world or an environment. Add a little bit of snow or fairy dust, maybe that is. I don't know. Some sparkle. Some sparkle. So, thank you again for joining me when I rounded this out. See you next time. Peace.
On day 21 of quarantine, and there probably won't be much art making for most of today because our roommate just moved out, and this is one of the empty rooms that's left. I've already started moving some art into it. But this is going to be mostly some art storage space. There's a perfect view of the bunnies from here. There's Martha down there. Nope, that's a ball. That's not Martha. Never mind. Oh, she's squirming underneath that blanket, I think. But I think mostly in here I'm going to do like some acrylic paints, stuff that doesn't need a ventilated area. I'm going to save the spray paint that's going to continue out on the porch. I really want to do that in here. I kind of want to have two like designated spaces. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Hi, my name is Artlesia Bibbs, and I'm from Fort Washington, Maryland. I've had the pleasure of participating in the Creative Quarantine 2019 at the Larry Buncho Brown Studios in Baltimore, Maryland. It was an amazing professional opportunity for me as an emerging artist. I was in a quarantine for a weekend among 10 other artists from the metropolitan area. It was a fantastic opportunity to network, to learn technical capability from other artists, and for artists to share different techniques that they were using, and to visit other artist studios within the same building. It was great. For someone like me that's emerging and just getting into the art business professionally, some of the relationships that I made, some of the people that I met really helped to move my career along in an expeditious way. I got my first run of prints from my experience working with Puncho during the quarantine. I think that the artist quarantine is an amazing experience. Certainly this year has been fantastic. I've had an opportunity to tune in and see some of the artists that I have been collecting. Actually, LaShawn Bell's one. Karen Clark is another person that I love her work. There's just been an amazing group of people and an enormous amount of talent where you're actually able to see people create artwork online, and I've had the opportunity to create alongside with some of them, which has been fun. So I would encourage people to tune in online to participate in the quarantine, and hopefully you'll get an opportunity to participate yourself one day. I think it's a fantastic thing just to learn.
Hi, Poncho Brown. Hey, man, I'd like to, talk to you about the quarantine. Of course, this interview is coming from Andre, the host.
I know, man. I'm nervous.
Yeah. From Andre, the host, I'm gonna show you some of my interviewing skills right now. But let's talk about the quarantine, man. Exactly. In the beginning, how you came about with the concept of the quarantine.
Okay, the quarantine started 3 years ago. My partner Charles Bibbs and I were sitting around having a conversation in a restaurant, actually talking about, man, when was the last time we had a chance to do just a body of work? And then we narrowed it down to college, just like you were talking in your interview earlier. Right. And then we also talked about, well, man, how much time do you think you could get away from your normal life? Because we're doing very involved lives and look at how complicated your life is every day. You got to balance your family, you got to balance your creativity. Then we're all businessmen. Right. So you put them together and somebody's missing out somewhere, and your art does get caught up in that. So we're like, man, I think I can squeeze out a month. Okay. I said, yeah, I think I probably could do a month. But we both got nervous because it's like, okay, well, what are we going to do here? A month is a long time. A month is like enough time for things to start slipping business-wise, enough to cause some friction at home. So, yeah, we could probably work a month. So then we trimmed it down to, okay, well, what months would work? Right. So we said, well, January is always dead, and August is always dead. Okay. So why don't we go with January or August? And that's actually how the quarantine got started. So the first year we tried to find a location that had housing, a display space, and believe me, we rented all kinds of snacks. People made promises, didn't come through. And then at the end of the year, we just said, hey, look, man, we're not going to be able to do this, man. And I got these projects. So finally, Charles and I got on the phone and said, look, man, we're going to do this, man. We talked about this for 4 or 5 years now. Let's do this. So Charles said, all right, just come out to California. So our first quarantine happened right in his house, up in his cabana. He had a little enclosure outside of his house that was a pretty good square footage, enough to put 2-3 studios in there. And we basically locked ourselves at his house the first year. So it was just me and Charles. And we worked out some details. And then the second year, so we want to expound on this. We invited 2 other artists, Deborah Shedrick, and we invited Gwen Redford in the second year. And we moved it to LA. So it's been fun just seeing how it's developed to this point. And this year we were able to add you and Grace. So we're up to 6 artists. And I've done some weekend quarantines as well as the 4-month quarantine.
Okay.
Where I invite Baltimore artists in to do some things. So that's how it really got started. And then along the way, artists started coming in while we were doing it. Other artists heard about it, wanted to participate. So I really envisioned it. We really envisioned, my partner envisions this being a bit of like a retreat.
Well, you know, the interesting thing about it is, I guess, when you start, I mean, half of it when you put together quarantine, I mean, it's the chemistry of artists, what they do. I mean, exactly who do you select for it? I mean, how much process do you actually go into? How much thought goes into that, man, with them to do
In the beginning, it was really like, well, let's find people that are of like minds.
Okay.
Then it evolved to, well, you know, like minds is cool, but that's not a challenge. So what would happen if we invited artists from different disciplines? So then we were like, well, that would work. So we said, well, we didn't also want to be fair with the whole dynamic of whether they were female and male artists, we wanted to divide it. So we did a lot of those things. Some of the challenges we've had is that, you know, when you say 3 weeks,
yeah,
most people in artists would say 3 weeks is not a lot of time. You say 3 weeks to the average person is not a long time. But most artists haven't worked around the clock. And see, the quarantine at its highest point was artists working around the clock. So that means there was always somebody in the studio. Wow. When me and Charles first started, he was the host. The host has the toughest job in the quarantine. They got to pull things together. They often be financing parts of what happened. They have to manage their time, their business, family, and then this strange person is trying to paint. Right. And see, the thing that's funny is when you're doing a quarantine and you in your mind know somebody's up in the cabana painting, something happens to you. Right. So no matter what you're doing, you're trying to get up there. Right. Okay. Same thing happens when you're in this kind of environment. You know, even if you've got things to do, the hardest job is the host. Wow. So, you know, that's a couple of the challenges, but it's really dynamite to see, even with that challenge, what people could do. First year, Charles was able to create about 40 pieces. Okay. You know, that's total around the clock working and balancing things out. And so I've done enough quarantines now where I've seen what could happen, how it evolves. Each artist comes in at a particular stage. So I select artists based on their reputation in the arts. They have to be peers that are in at our travels. We're really contemporary artists, so I try to pull from my peers that are in the contemporary realm. That's been kind of the criteria. You have to be a professional artist, first of all, in the contemporary realm, but be eligible to even participate in it. This is a selection process. We look at the relationships, people we think we can get along with, people we think we can elevate, and also people we think we can learn from. Right.
Right. Well, you know, and I guess it's kind of interesting too, because one of the questions that I like to ask you myself personally as a host, exactly, I mean, it's an honor to have been selected as a host, and I'm hoping that I gave you all I could as a host, man. But just, hey, man, what do you think? How do you think it turned out, man, as far as my hosting, man, just with you? I mean,
well, first of all, when we look at putting together quarantine, there's a couple of components. There's a living component for artists. They have to be able to live someplace comfortable for a month. There has to be a gallery or a place to exhibit the work. Right. Okay. So when we looked at host, you were probably the strongest host we had on the East Coast. I mean, we've been looking at your email promotions. We knew you had Stir, you had Color by Numbers, you had State of the Arts, you had children's programs going. So me and Charles had already been murmuring, man, you know, Andre's really holding it down in Atlanta. Right, okay. Also, it seemed as if you were also doing a good job of networking with the artists that are here in Atlanta, which me and Charles have done in other cities. So we all consider ourselves to be artist advocates. You know, we're really about artists first, business second, and then that's how we do the premise. So a lot of times when we meet artists, we got all these egos and stuff that hit because we're so used to being defensive, broke down, people been getting over on it. So it's a defense mechanism for most of the egos you see out there and the things we deal with. But the quarantine has this way of bringing humility back into it again. Once you realize damn, they're not trying to do nothing to me.
Right.
You can relax a little bit. I don't have to. I don't have to justify myself to him.
Exactly. Right.
They get me. See, the first week is funny because the egos die in the first week. No matter where you come from, after that first week of having dialogue with people that are just like you, that think like you, there's a change that happens. And that second week is where you can relax. Man, you feel like, man, I can run through naked if I want to do what I need to do, rather than these facades and egos and things that we often prepare just out of defense for the stuff we have to deal with. So I think that's powerful to see that kind of thing happen in such a short amount of time. And then I ask myself, with us trying to elevate the arts, how are we going to do it? This is the way to do it, by meeting each other, forming allies. Even with the quarantine, each one of us have worked on other projects with each other, which I think is an exciting thing to see happen.
So when you say that having worked with a few artists that you pretty much have learned some things about, or some things from other artists yourself, maybe some things that you may have not known about the artists, or some things that even now you maybe have different perspectives on different artists just when you're working with them. I mean, you care to elaborate on some of those people and places or whatever?
Well, one of the things I think is a misconception is that because we create supposedly original art, that we're not sponges. We are. I really feel like we are sponges. I think we can learn from every artist, from every discipline, if we would just be quiet and work. Right. So that's a thing that I find exciting. I can find a positive and negative about each one of the artists. Each positive and negative, I reflect back on myself and go, well, am I doing that? Do I feel that way? So that, to me, I look at it twofold. I know that when I put 4 people in a room, that something's going to happen. This is a prerequisite to what I'm going to really chart a reality show based on this premise. Because very few people have ever seen creative people in process before. They've never seen how we think, how we execute. They only see it in the gallery on the wall. They only see it in the print, in the bin, in the store. But they never really get to see us. They think we're weird and we're this and we're that. A lot of times we are a little different. But I think during this kind of experience, you can really get a chance to see inside how people, live their lives doing this. So there's so many components that are exciting to me by doing this that, I think it's going to be endless. We're trying to do a book on quarantine. This is historical stuff. Bottom line is we don't realize history when we're doing it, but I set this out to be a gathering of contemporary artists working together. And to see how many things offshoot from that over a period of time. I figure most of our peers that are in the legends category now, most of those guys are in their 55 through 65 age bracket. And I really put a lot of responsibility on the 40-somethings because I really feel like we have 20 more years to affect this business at the point that we're in, because we're in the midst of a major art revolution right now and nobody's really coined a phrase for it. It calls the popular artists and a bunch of other things. But I think the responsibility is us, but we gotta get to know each other so we can break down some of the walls, because there's no trust in the art business.
Well, those are very good points too, man. And now that you've done East Coast, West Coast, have you already thought about what next year would you do? Would you go? Would you bring it back East Coast, West Coast, or just what? What would be your thoughts for next year?
The problem I have is because, like all the other parties, I'm a business person who likes to paint. So I'm trying to bounce all my ideas off with trying to create. I'm also a proud father, so I like to devote the right amount of time to my son. I'm also trying to learn how to have a quality of life with my personal life. So I try to give things equal time. So it's kind of hard to balance this whole thing out to figure out how to do this in a short amount of time. Most of the time I only have 6 months to pull something like this together. So normally I look at, okay, I've been passing the word around. Of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone, this whole thing. My partner Charles helps me out, and he's sponsored really the first 2 quarantines. And this is my first time actually financially sponsoring this one, along with the partnership with you. So again, that's how it falls together. It's like I find this person over here is doing that, and then I find a cool artist in that area, because we're all over the place. Finding artists participate really is not going to be a really big issue. So we don't have a lot of time planning it with all the things that we're doing, and I would like to be in a position to be able to have somebody help me ahead of time planning out how to do these.
Well, you can definitely always count on me, man, from this point going forward, and I think it'll be an excellent thing because I like to see it continue. I mean, I'm strong with it, bro. I mean, now I know.
Technology is going to be, man, you raised a lot of really good points of being able to do a simultaneous quarantine. Never thought about that.
Right.
So my thing is that I could very well see us doing something West Coast, East Coast. Some of the components we have here that's exciting that I don't think a lot of people know is that when we do the artwork here, we create it, we document it, and we upload it online immediately.
Right.
So, I mean, you can actually see the stuff that we create online within this period of time. So, and that's the kind of thing I wanted to have happen. I wanted to be interactive. I wanted people to really see what's going on, that they're really keeping up. And so I would like to see that happen again. But if we could find a web developer on this side, or maybe a web developer assigned to each one, and do it simultaneously. I'd be excited. We can do video feeds where we could do conference calling, maybe get a conferencing system maybe where we can talk to the artists that's happening in other locations. Again, this is the beginning stage. This is only the third year. A lot of good ideas are coming up, but I'm also like this realist. I hear a lot of good ideas.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, we are idea people.
Oh yeah.
But if nothing else, you know from me from watching me work, I don't do a lot of talking. It's about, okay, once we put it on the table, let's work towards getting it done. That's what I like about my partner, Charles Bibbs. If he says, hey, look, man, we sit down, we talk over lunch, we do A, B, C, and D. We make it to D every time. And I really feel like I have that kind of partnership with you to be able to do this on the next level. So all we got to do is try. Everything we do makes history. The things you don't do never make history.
That's right. That's right. We're definitely, man. So your overall overview of quarantine 2008, man. I mean, you pretty pleased.
Overall, quarantine 2008 was probably the most challenging one I've ever done.
Okay.
It was challenging because of a couple of different things. You know, once you start talking about sponsorship partners, you know, we have to rely on what they have on their table.
Right.
If we put something like this together 6 months, believe me, there's going to be some things. Now, I came down here really to discuss it with you in October, November.
Right.
So we really only had 2 months to plan. I didn't know what you were going through. You didn't know what I was going through. Each one of the artists that had been invited to come back, because once you're in, you're automatically in.
Okay.
You have to say, hey, look, I can't make it.
Right.
Unless there's something technical that happens. The first year we've had a couple of technical things happen for the artists.
Right.
You know, we had issues with housing and the time frame that the housing got together. The gallery portion of it was probably the easiest transition for us because we were able to get in here, we were able to get it set up, we were able to set up in a way where it didn't stop you from doing business because Charles had to shut his gallery down in California, which is very difficult for somebody to do and try to manage a whole bunch of things. So, you know, it was a challenge this year. I had to deal with inviting artists, artists leaving. I mean, we dealt with a lot of stuff this year that we never dealt with, but it all comes with the territory. I think that's something that we're going to have to look at when we select artists. I know what criteria to look for.
Right.
I try to get past the whole personality thing because I think that's part of what we learn. The one thing that I know we have not learned is we have not learned to work together.
Right. Right. And, you know, I hope every day, and I pray for it every day that we'll see it. But you know, thankful for people like yourself in the industry, man, who just keep it rolling, man. So I'm proud to have been a part of it with you. And like I said, you can always count on me this point on, you know, to be a part of it. And let's do that simultaneous thing, man. I'm excited about that.
I think it's exciting. But like I said, even when we did our thing, you know, we had to sit down, and even you and I had to box each other a little bit to kind of see where we were.
Exactly.
And, you know, I think my thing is that I do this with love, man. I do this with a lot of love. I mean, I am not the most competitive brother in the world. I consider myself to be very humble. You never hear me talking about my work. You never hear me talk about the impact of my work. I'm proud to be an artist.
Right.
I'm a second generation artist. My dad was an artist who was very frustrated with the whole business, never decided to do it as a living and take care of me and have me when he was 16, 17 years old. So I grew up with my parents. You know, I grew up with that relationship. I never had to deal with trying to prove to them whether I could do this or not do that because I always had the blessing. So I do this with a lot of love. And my thing is that I love, it took me a while to realize that if I'm a black sheep and been a black sheep my whole life, then most artists are probably black sheep. So now I'm stepped outside of myself to try to address some of the things we have to deal with.
Right.
And with that premise, I think we can get a lot done. I mean, trying to understand and break down the barriers is the hardest thing with artists because we've been beat up torn down. We've justified ourselves our whole lives to everybody. Nobody understands us. We are true black sheep. And I was called it the Black Sheep Club.
Wow.
I started calling it the Black Sheep Club rather than the Creative Quarantine. Because once you get in here and you can relax for a minute, then you can open the dialogue. And then that to me is the most exciting thing we can do in this business. So that's what you'll see me doing. And I'm glad to form partnerships like this with, R5 Gallery, 626 Gallery in California. And we're going to keep this going until we just ain't got time to do it anymore. So that's what I'm all about, and I'm glad you gave us the opportunity to do that this year, because I know, man, that there was a couple of times when you felt like, hey, we're going to call this off. Because I talked to each artist beforehand, and everybody had some challenges. You know, Grace almost pulled out the day before we did it. And this is stuff that happens every year, because when the year rolls around, you don't know what's going to be happening. You were having a drama here, we had these big projects going on. I mean, so all of us had an excuse not to participate this year. But at the end of the day, we ended up with a body of over 100 pieces again. And we're going to elevate it to another level. So this is not the last one. This is chapter 3. We're getting ready for chapter 4.
Well, hey, man, with all the challenges that I had going into it, man, I like to thank you for the therapeutic side of it. because to me, I mean, if anything, man, I would say that, it caused me to sit down, smell the roses, and realize, Drake, this is what you're really about. I see, really, that was the first thing that you and I talked about, the night on the sofa. And you and I will always have that night on the sofa.
That was dope. That was when the fences fell. That's when the walls fell.
Right.
So, like I say, we're going to do more, and we're looking forward to 2009.
Well, most definitely, man. I'm proud to have been the host and made history with you, man. And hey, let's keep it moving. And thank you for being the man that you are, that I found to be even more greater in my 3 or 4 weeks of being with you. Okay?
Next time.
I got you, bro.
Okay, Grace, this is your first quarantine. It's been 3 weeks, actually 4 weeks of working. Tell me some of your reflections on the quarantine.
Well, the quarantine for me was a wonderful experience in that working off of, or feeding off of, the other artist's energy. When I came in, I had started a series, an abstract series. And this allowed me a block of time to develop that series and see it grow.
Did you have any misconceptions about the quarantine when you started? I mean, everybody kind of told this story about, how they got into doing this, but tell me some of the stuff you went through prior to making the decision to come.
I didn't go through anything making the decision to come. Pancho had mentioned it about a month before, and I thought, well, that would be interesting, because it reminded me of when I used to work at a design company where we would paint with 10 to 15 other artists. So I thought it would be fun in that regard. So I would say that maybe the day before, I thought, I'm not gonna do it. I got too many other things to do. But as I was saying that, I was packing my stuff. So it wasn't any amount of preparation when I came in and just started working.
The abstract series that you're working on now, and I think you said you had 3 paintings done prior to that. So explain to me a little bit more about the direction of that series.
The direction of that series.
Well, you ended up with 20 additional paintings to go with that series. So I'm sure that some things developed along the way as you were applying your time to the work during the quarantine.
Well, I had started the series with 5 paintings that I really liked, and I brought 3 of them in so that it could lead me through. I could use it as a guide through the development of the series.
What were some of the pluses and negatives? Give me some of the pluses that you
Pluses?
on
The
working
artist
on.
energy, like artists that came in to work. Not necessarily the energy as well, but also the opportunity to have a block of time, to make a block of time to paint.
Did you have any misconceptions of what you expected when you got into this environment?
I had no conceptions of what I expected. I just had what I wanted to achieve. And I wanted to do as many paintings as I could in that series.
What were some of the physical challenges associated with doing with this?
Well, I live about 45 minutes away, and the $20 a day on gas was a little bit of a challenge, but I worked around it, and coming in from Lawrenceville, not only is it 45 minutes away, but sometimes with rush hour, it can be an hour or an hour and a half. So trying to come in after rush hour, both ways, coming in and going out because it was late night, so it didn't matter. But really coming in was the length of time. So that was about the only challenge, was that, and then trying to find food. Food that we could eat.
So did you go through anything physical?
Physical?
Yes, anything physical. Was there a physical aspect to it?
I did develop a kind of a little carpal tunnel in my right wrist from all that painting. Some of the pieces I did were larger, so and I used a pretty, like a 1-inch at the most brush. So all that excitement of trying to finish these pieces, I developed a little tendonitis in my right wrist.
So was there any fatigue at any point?
I think it was more of a mental fatigue.
Well,
at the end of it, yes.
But explain a little bit more about that fatigue, because I think what I'm trying to get people to understand is that there was a 3-week session here of us really working together. And there's some things that most people wouldn't expect us to go through. You're a professional artist, and you do this every day, so most people wouldn't pay this any attention. But now that you've done it in a 3-week period, I'm sure you were exposed to some physical things that you probably wouldn't have been exposed to when you're normally in the studio.
Yeah, I guess the physical fatigue and the mental fatigue, the driving back and forth. Because usually I work at home. I have a studio at home, so the most I would have to do is run upstairs or downstairs or 2 doors down the hall I don't have to get in the car to drive. So I think that the travel part.
What would you say were some of the things you learned from each one of the artists that you work with?
Well, I will say that I learned about painting on different surfaces from Pancho. He had these bowls, these magnificent bowls that when I saw him do the first one, I thought that'd be a great way to another piece of merchandise to sell, something else to paint on other than canvas or wood. And from when I learned to challenge myself to painting in smaller frames. So the smallest piece that I did was about 8 by 8, and that was a challenge because the smallest usually is about 20 by 24, 18 by 24, or 24 by 24. So the 8 by 8 was my challenge.
You don't normally work that small. And so what about Andre Ponce?
And from Andre, I learned the art of the multitasking.
Explain.
So, running a business, putting on a play, handling a water situation, and actually getting to paint as well.
What would you like to see happen in future quarantines?
I would like to see them continue to happen. That's the most that I can think of. Have them continue to happen. It's a wonderful opportunity for artists to exchange ideas and creativity, and a great way to build up or to shed through a creative process to get to the work that you want to do.
You live with an artist, and this is probably the longest period you probably spent away painting in probably quite a few years. So what were some of the challenges, or what do you think was something that will come out of that experience of, trying to cohabitate with another artist, but having to come to this for the last month?
I don't answer that question. What's the difference?
Yeah, was there a difference? Were there any challenges Did he give you the freedom to do what you like to do? I mean, there are a lot of things that we take for granted in our existence, but did you notice anything that was a little different with you being involved with this project for the last month? A month is a long time, and I don't know when was the last time. When was the last time you had a whole month to get away and work?
I can't remember. I probably haven't.
Mhm.
I probably haven't had a month, gone away for a month and painted. But I may not have been, I wasn't away for the whole time because I would go back periodically, at least twice a week, change my clothes and that kind of thing. And of course, we would exchange stories of what was going on because he's also working on a video project and I'm working on this project. So of course I had great little stories that we could exchange and tell about what was going on. We always have the freedom to do what we want creatively between the two of us. Also working with an artist, working and living with an artist is not that far of a departure coming to this project. It was just 3 or 4 more artists. So it wasn't a difficult transition at all.
I thought your personality type would work well in this kind of environment. I mean, what do you think of some of the challenges that women have to face in the art business?
That women have to face in the art business. Some of the challenges is that they just assume that my work was done by a man. Even with my signature on it, even with me in my booth, if there is a customer in the booth that happens to be a man, or if Maurice is standing anywhere nearby, the work must be his, even with my name tag on me. So
Why do you think that is?
I think it's just they're not exposed to a lot of female artists, so a lot of people just have the assumption that it's a male. It is a male-dominated field, so they assume that the work is a man's work.
And so I understand you are, well, I know you have a sister that's in the arts. And so explain to me a little bit of how that's been having another person in the family that's an artist.
I think it's a great thing to have. It's an asset in that I'm somebody who speaks my language, understands the challenges that I go through as a professional artist, because she is one as well. And it's a great sounding board, really, we have for each other.
We have been discussing this project and ways to expand it, and we came up with the notion of doing a East Coast, West Coast quarantine that runs simultaneously. So would you be interested in participating in, and what do you think would be some of the things we would accomplish by doing that?
I don't know.
That's just hard enough to think about this one, right?
No, it was great. I don't know what the challenge, how would it work with in working simultaneously?
Well, we would have 2 groups of artists. Yeah, and then we would invite probably the same amount of artists for each one, and then there would be a possibility where you would have to be able to choose which one you wanted to go to, whether you wanted to do it with the East Coast or the West Coast. And we would pretty much track it like we did this quarantine. So, I mean, do you think that'd be something you'd be interested in working in the future?
Of course I would.
What would you add to the quarantine project?
Microwave.
Yes, I guess food refrigeration is something you take very lightly. But as far as structure, don't say microwave again. A microwave.
I don't know. What do you talk about structurally? As
Well,
far
I mean,
as
just-
organization.
Yeah. What would you like to see? If you could add one element to the quarantine, what would it be?
I like that it was half and half male, half female. So no, it could be different disciplines if that were possible.
Yeah, that would be
Some
nice.
emphasis could work on their work or sculptor.
So I know you're working on you're assisting Maurice Evans with his documentary he's doing on current contemporary artists. Could you shed some light on that project and your involvement in it?
It is a project that is documenting the incredible talent of African American and African artists in America and their contribution that they've made to this culture. Simply, the project came about because we watch a lot of documentaries on all subject matters, and a lot of times we see all the documentaries and stories and features that are done on artists all from all over the world, but predominantly white artists in America. And a lot of times we don't ever get to see ourselves. And when we do, it is people who are deceased, maybe 2 or 3 people who are already gone. And in the fact that we have legends who are living and we have emerging artists who are doing incredible work that have gone unnoticed. And in that was the reason why Maurice decided to start on this project documenting these artists.
And how long has this project been taking place?
It's been taking place for about 2 or 3 months now, going around to artist studios, seeing how they create, how they go through their process, and learning about them.
Tell us a little bit about your background.
I am from Nairobi, Kenya, born, was raised pretty much all over the world, 3 countries in Africa, North America, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Well, tell me something about your family.
Well, my father is a retired economist for the World Bank, but he's now a real estate developer. He works on, he consults for some banks and that kind of stuff. He retired and went back to Kenya, but he lived, he worked for the World Bank and the United Nations, so that gave us the opportunity to travel in our childhood. And that experience certainly informs my work.
And would you say your work has a message?
My work does have a message sometimes. Sometimes it's not necessarily what people get from it. But with this series that I was doing, it was addressing some of all of the different characteristics and politics and social events that go on in Africa as a whole and Kenya in particular. I use Kenyan newspapers that I collage into the pieces and then build from that around that theme.
What would you say would be the most challenging part of being an artist? Most challenging part of being an artist
is doing the work. You're doing the work, because a lot of people may think that it's the easiest thing in the world to do. To remain creative is the challenge. We get our inspiration from everything around us, and so a lot of times you might get clogged with which way you want to go. So just getting it out is the challenge. Actually making the time to get these creative ideas out.
What would you say was the most challenging part of dealing with other artists?
The most challenging part of dealing with other artists is a lot of them are insecure, and in those insecurities come out and manifest in different ways. Some of them try and copy each other or denigrate each other or belittle what each other is doing when it's all great. It's all great. So I think, and a lot of times that insecurity or competitiveness comes from the idea that they think that there's only so much we can all get, so we all have to fight over this small piece, when I think there's enough for everybody. There's more than enough for
everybody. How many years have you been a professional artist?
I've been a professional artist since 1992.
And where do you see yourself in the next 5 years in regards to your art? Not the art business, but your art.
Where do I see myself? Fully enjoying all aspects of all disciplines of my art. I'm not only a painter, I'm a sculptor, photographer. part-time videographer. So any medium that I take a fancy to, I would like to be able to master.
Hosting this in Atlanta, Georgia. The first time actually hosting the event, and because you had to pre-plan and pre-prepare. So maybe shed a little bit of light on your feelings about the quarantine this year.
I'm actually excited, man, to have been the first with the East Coast Atlanta host for the quarantine. It's an honor to be able to say that and go down in history for it. And from it coming together from the beginning to now, it's been a beautiful experience. An experience is something I don't take lightly because it's definitely been an experience for me. As I look around the show and the results from it, man, I'm more than pleased. More than pleased.
Shed some light on some of the challenges you had with doing the quarantine this year.
Well, some of the challenges that I had because I felt like it's funny that you warned me of this, really, but instead of being the host and being in my own space, having to divide or try to feel as though, to wonder if I was giving the quarantine me enough time of it. And that was one of the challenges that I had for myself personally. And even then afterwards, I was kind of surprised at all the pieces that I was able to come out with as a result of it as well. But that was my biggest challenge, trying to become host and understand that and want to know that you were and are accommodating to your guests at the same time, because it's still, it's still the South, bro. It's still that Southern hospitality. That was the biggest thing about it. I wanted to open the door policy and be able to say, look, you guys enjoyed yourself here as well. So that was probably my biggest challenge. And it's probably internal and personal with me.
When you were doing your individual work, what would you say were some of the things that made you have to reflect on where you are at this point in your career in regards to being an artist? Because I know that right now you have a lot of challenges with promoting a lot of other events. You are a bit of a mentor with the artists here in Atlanta. You have one of the prominent galleries here in Atlanta, Georgia, I believe.
Right.
So what were some of the challenges as you backed up and you sat down at your table away from all of the stuff that you've been doing?
Well, I think that sometimes we think too deep. I think one of the things I would say that even you helped me with is the fact that, some of the things that we think about, I almost made it too deep, whereas you made me realize that, Dre, you know what, there was some simple pieces of you that people don't see and people don't know, such as the sketch work. I mean, as you think about it, I'm known as a tapestry man, but yet and still, the whole tapestry stemmed from sketches, drawings, paintings. So what the quarantine did for me was help me respect into the simple piece of it, of what was just became so natural for me. So that helped me. It helped me a lot, and having to really resort to that, because that was the most easy piece for me. When I say easy, it was the most natural piece for me to become, to be my natural.
So if you had to say, what would you say was the one or two things that you got from the quarantine that directly went into your work? A lot of times when you're working with other artists, you get some stuff that spills immediately into the work, or you see some things that you go, oh, I'm incorporate that in. Would you say were one or two of the things that you got from the quarantine that affected the body of work that you did this last couple of weeks?
Well, I would say probably the less is more angle. When I say that, I mean some of the things that I thought was, the less is more syndrome to me. The simple things that I was able to put together. But the main thing I really got, I would say, gather from would be production. And in the sense of that, first of all, since college, man, it's probably the last time I sat in a room of artists and actually produced anything. And that was interesting to me. And then from there, it just also made me realize that from a production standpoint, that if you just sit down and just concentrate, those conversations you had with me, man, just was the last time you sat down, Dre, and just sat down and did a body of work. But it made me really look at a body of work to really realize, okay, Dre, if you had to put in a definition to you what your body of work would be, when's the last time you did it? And what exactly would I consider to be a body of work? So what it did also was it made me think about creating bodies of work, because I've always thought about the individual pieces, like I need a piece to come out this year, tapestry, a piece to come out this year, whatever. But to think about a whole body, wow, I mean, that's probably the most I've gotten out of the quarantine.
You work with 3 other artists this year. And I don't know, when was the last, I mean, you represent a lot of artists, so you deal with a lot of day-to-day things when it comes to artists. So what was it like working creatively with the artists? And what would you say would be, if you name each artist, one thing you got from watching them work?
Well, you know what, I would say, from you personally, I got the, probably more of the work ethics to the production piece of it, man, of how to watch you work. I mean, I've never really watched you work. We see each other at shows, the whole 9 yards. And then the balance of it. I mean, you're one of the brothers I've ever sat down with. We talk about in between, how we can still talk about the business part of art as well as in our production. And then from a Grace standpoint, I would say, Grace is, she's like, basically she's my homegirl here, and this is the closest she and I have ever been. And the longest we've definitely been in rooms together.
What would you say you got from her work?
Man,
watching her process.
Just the fact of how she can take a palette, man, and just kind of, she's pretty much stayed in a similar palette throughout the whole process, but how each piece is still individual in its own. I mean, the color palette may have remained the same in a lot of instances, but each piece has its own voice. And she's such a wonderful person, man. And I would love to just keep a relationship with her because I think her work is as beautiful and as graceful as she is. I've learned that.
Mm-hmm. And what would you say? You picked up from watching Gwen Redfern work?
Well, watching Gwen Redfern work, I think that in the beginning, I thought that she would probably be one of the most systematic artists. I mean, she came in with everything framed and everything ready to go. So I didn't get a whole lot of time to really work with her. But when I saw her, what I did see of her, I saw the production line. I saw I guess she was in the production line. And then when she left here, it was like, keep in mind, she was an early morning one. So it was an enter and exit type relationships I had with her. But I also, once again, by getting to work closer with her, she's another artist that I do appreciate more. I didn't really realize, in all honesty, I've seen Gwen's work, I've passed it, but I never really studied it. I never really looked at it and said, wow, to have a Gwen Redfern signature. Now I kind of see what that is.
And so, what would you like to see happen with the quarantine in the future? I mean, I know you got a small taste of it this year. We worked 3 weeks, and actually the whole process was 4 weeks.
Well, with future quarantines, first of all, I would like to see it definitely continue. I think it's an excellent concept. I love the concept of quarantine, and then maybe to even incorporate a few myself. With the guidance of be able to call and say, hey, Ponch, if we can do this around the country, man, in different areas, and say, look, maybe at one time we all kind of get together, your area, my area, whatever. Let's see what kind of work we can kind of create as a whole body. I think that'd be awesome, man, to do a simultaneous quarantine. I think it allows artists to work in different perspectives, work alongside with one another. And then the main thing about quarantine, it also shows you that you're not alone. Some of the same things that you go through, we go through at the same time as artists, whether it be production, whether it be different technical aspects of the business, or just the business itself. So I would like to see the quarantine definitely continue and become stronger. Maybe have a board of quarantine folk across the country. It would be awesome.
Yeah, we're planning on trying to do that. That sounds like a wonderful idea to do. This is our first East Coast venture. The 2 ventures were West Coast. What would you like to see happen in that regard?
Well, the East Coast, West Coast type thing, I think would be awesome, man. Thing to do because hey, um, it's just been a way of tying us all together once again. And like I said, I love the idea of. I'm just thinking of it now. I just love the idea of the simultaneous quarantine. I think that'd be awesome.
What was the one thing you hope to be able to do during this quarantine that you were not able to do that you would like to see or have another opportunity to incorporate?
Well, you know what? It's kind of funny because in the beginning, as you probably saw, I don't know. In the beginning, I was thinking that I was going to concentrate on just working totally out of my own. Just experiment some things, maybe big, huge. And that I didn't do because all of a sudden, because it resulted back to me going towards the natural, which I appreciate even more. But that's probably the only thing I'll probably do next time is look at, okay, to kind of go into something that's not as natural for me, more experimental. But life has its time for all that too. So
Right. 3 weeks is not a long time in the scheme of things. But
right.
what was some of the things you experienced that you didn't expect to experience in a 3-week period trying to do this work?
Probably just work alone. That was just the. As far as from because from being an artist, gallery owner, and host all at the same time, man, I just didn't expect to experience all that I did. To be able to say, okay, wow, to divide my time, and I thought that was very interesting how that came about. But it was really, I think the biggest thing, what I didn't expect that happened was the fact that, wow, I didn't expect to produce like I even did for the time being, and I thank you for that.
So you had a chance to break away during the quarantine and go and do an event in California. So, leaving this quarantine, what did it do for you when you went away for your little small hiatus to California?
Well, it's kind of funny because even when I went on my hiatus to California, guess what? I was in the room, man. I was still working. I thought that was interesting. And the other time, I would be there, man, do my little speech or whatever case I'm doing for the occasion. But I went to California with a sketch pad, a watercolor pad, man, and I kept on working. I thought that was interesting. So when you came to my hotel room, it was still stretched across the counter, across the bed, a watercolor, water brushes, the whole 9 yards. So if anything, man, that really, really encouraged me. Just keep on working.
And now I noticed that you do a lot of event planning here at the gallery. And what were some of the challenges you had while trying to do those events while the quarantine was going on?
Well, probably thinking about how it can kind of intermingle, figure out, okay, like to create an event whereas it wouldn't disturb both the event and the artist at the same time. It was a challenge, but at the same time, it wasn't a challenge because it actually added to the gallery because I still have to, and I still am reminded that it's still an art gallery, man. And then by having the artists of this caliber here, man, it just helps really helps to validate the gallery, if anything.
What would you say were some of the challenges of just being a gallery owner here in Atlanta, Georgia?
Wow.
Do I need to put another tape in for that one?
Just think about it, man. I just think the challenge of being a gallery owner is the fact that most of us don't know how we're not accustomed to gallery. So whether it be from the collective, from buyers, customers, the whole nine. Like in my case, we're known as an events gallery. And why is that so? Because most of us will not go to a gallery, but we will go to an event. And it just so happens when they come to the events, man, they realize, wow, they look around, pop, they look on the walls, like, you know what? I'm in the gallery. So every chance that we get, man, to educate someone, bring them to the art gallery, that's our angle. That's what we do. That's our focus. That's our approach. So the gallery piece, man, I didn't really want a gallery. I tell people all the time, I never thought I would end up as a gallery owner. But there's a reason for everything, man. Now I get to see it from the other side, how people look at us. That's been, I'm probably gonna write a book on that, man, right now, how people look at us.
There's a huge contingency of artists that live here in Atlanta, Georgia, in the area.
How has that impacted on your involvement with the gallery or just with the brotherhood and sisterhood of the artists that are down here?
Well, you know what? No matter what you're into, I mean, whether it be, just no matter what you're into, man, there are always going to be uh, folks or cliques of folk in whatever the industry is. And what the gallery has done with me is that, man, it's kind of helped me and those folks realize who and where they are in the art industry. You know, the old saying goes a long time ago, where I heard a long time ago, was water seeks its own level. You know, what the gallery has done for me and the Atlanta artists, those who recognize galleries, man, have come to me, have really sat down. Some have, patted me on the back, some have kicked me in the behind. You know, it's been a very interesting relationship. I kind of feel like I'm the liaison of most of the artwork here, man. I think it's very interesting work because there's several worlds of art here. You know, some of us who think we all know we're artists. It's to the level of art or to the degree of which we are. That's been very interesting to me, finding out certain folks and who likes what, who doesn't like what, who respects art as this, who thinks art is this. You know, just the art gallery piece, man, it needs to be a book or a whole book on that.
What are your future aspirations as an artist? Not as a business person, not as an event planner, not as a gallery owner, but as an artist. What would you like to see yourself doing in the next 5 years?
Well, I would like to see myself, man, really build my brand stronger as Andre the artist. You know, really get more into the work as an artist. But no matter whatever other ventures that I get into, I would like to be known that I got into it because I am an artist. You know, I would like to be respected as an artist first. You know, and just so happen an artist who does understand business. You know, so that's my thing was I just want to continue building the brand of Andre. And I like when I can sit on the board, sit at a table, a conference room with doctors and lawyers and surgeons, the whole 9 yards, and they go, "Wow, that's Andre the artist who we respect as well." So.
I got it.
Everybody is deep in thought.
See?
What's up, Frankie Barrero? What's up, LaShawn Beal?
Well, hey there, my people. How are y'all this evening?
Everybody's hanging in and working, man.
All right, that's what it's about.
LaShawn.
See the piece?
You see what Frankie's working on?
Frankie. Oh, Frank. Go, Frankie. Go, Frankie. Go, Frankie. Hey.
Hold on. Let me get sound from somewhere else.
That's looking good, Frankie.
Yeah, Frankie.
Yeah. He's getting into it.
That's some action going on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's going to be a mother.
Oh, wait. There. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, darling.
I mean, you could hear me all along. So, did you see it?
It's going to be a mother and child.
Okay. That's going to be nice, Frankie.
You see the child in the back?
Yeah, I see the child. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm just playing, having just a little fun with it.
It's nice, man.
You know, for someone that's colorblind, you're doing a damn good job of using those colors, Frankie.
Well, all I'm doing is remembering the colors, the green, red.
Okay.
Green, red, yellow.
Everybody's commenting on your piece, Frankie. We got a couple nice comments on your piece.
Thank you. Working on it.
You got sound yet, Louise?
Working on?
I can hear you.
I know. See? Wait, is it over there? Let's see.
Yes. I used your microphone by your pieces.
Right. Okay, let's see. There you go. So there it is. I did the black paint.
Nice.
And you know, I had to put the fruit in.
What is that? What background is that, Louise? I can't see. It's too small.
The one you told me about. You and Poncho.
Okay.
I did the.
Oh wow.
I did the alcohol.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Looking good.
I know. I really, really like it. You know, I can turn it this way. Maybe this way you can see the whole thing. Wait. There it is.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I really like it.
It's simple and it's nice, to the point.
I know, I like it. I just showed it to my husband. He was like, "Oh, I really like that." I was like,
"What black did you use on that?"
Huh?
What blacks did you use on that?
I used an ink and black paint. I used a heavy body Liquitex and just a ink on it, acrylic ink.
Very cool.
Yeah.
We got a Team Frankie up for you today, Frankie.
Team Frankie.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm actually looking forward to doing more of those. I got 2 more.
Yeah, looks like you on new territory there.
I do. I can't wait to do these. I'm going to do these tonight too. During the paint hour.
And you hit it on the nail. You said right to the point, simple. I gotta get to the simple.
Yeah, they are. It was. I liked using that because my original ones, I did a lot of ink with them. With the original ones, when I first started doing them, I did a lot of ink with them. So, because you don't need a lot because of all of the color that's with the background. I'll do another one.
Hey, y'all, I heard from a couple people today that said they're painting along with us.
Well, yeah, that's good, man. You know, we had some people that the other day who they sent in their pictures and we showed some of their work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got quite a few. We got a few paint alongers, which is exciting. Thank you, Goddess Mother. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad, Mother Goddess, this was a lot of fun. I'm glad I tried it. LaShawn, you have a dog over there?
Oh,
try that again. Yeah, you were muted, brother.
listen.
Oh yeah, I know he got he got one of those little teeny old little rat dogs running through there.
I know.
Yes.
Linda was. My sister's a dog person, so she saw it. Wanted to know what kind of dog
Yeah.
he had.
It's like a Chihuahua or something.
Yeah, it's a mix of Dash Hound and Chihuahua.
Oh, okay. Surrounded by all these dogs.
So he's a fat little dog.
Ah.
All right, LaShawn, I got one for you.
I can't see it.
You know, I had to unveil it to you.
Put it on the big screen. My Lord. All right now.
Yeah, this is that.
I love it.
Cast. It's got lace going on the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
It was a wood panel that I turned
awesome.
inside out. Turned it inside and made it into a frame.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the new one?
That's
the new one? Wow.
That is nice, Pancho.
The lace is supplied by Miss Louise Cutler.
Well,
I know. I'm supposed to be getting some lace. Hello.
Did you get it yet?
Hello, Louise.
I sent it.
No, I have not.
Okay, well then blame it on the postal service.
Did you send it by pigeon?
Yeah, by courier pigeon.
Snail mail. Hey, Deborah.
Hi, honey. How are
Ready?
you?
Good. Ready for a night of painting?
Yeah, the only paint. Yeah, I gotta do something. Let me turn off. I thought I'd join the crowd.
There you go. It's always a
My
fun
son
time.
came and told me what I had to do to get my internet working.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
Plug that thing right there in. Did you plug this in? No, I didn't. Well, plug it in. I plugged it in and now voila.
Where has he been all along, right?
I know. Showed up.
I know. Thank God for sons. I mean, I don't have anything against daughters.
And what about a daughter?
I said I don't have anything against daughters.
No, I think I'm a good daughter.
I was a daughter too.
What happened?
Someone's asking, are those sparkles? I'm not sure who she's talking to though. Anita Hamilton. Somebody working with sparkles?
Here.
Hey, Anita.
We got a full house tonight. Bam, look at that.
Oh, good.
Woo. Full house.
Let's see who's in here. Oh, yeah.
We're on day 21, y'all.
Countdown.
It's definitely the countdown.
I started cleaning up.
Huh?
I started cleaning in celebration.
Well, I think I'm going to get all the way to day 31 before I start cleaning. Let's have a look at it, Poncho. One more time. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's cold.
That's nice. I like that.
They're getting all into masks. I'm gonna have to get my. Oh, okay, you guys. I gotta show you what I did to the Butkins.
Oh Lord.
You'll like it. Watch. Hold on. They're finished. Hold on. You're going to like them. I sent them for the list tomorrow. You know.
Oh Lord.
We're not going anywhere.
They're gonna get scrapped.
What did you say? Hold on here. Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they're gonna make the.
Who said, "Oh Lord"?
All right, here they are. Okay, let me get them all set up. You see their little outfits? Their matching outfits?
She's really going far with this, y'all.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You see their matching outfits? Now look at this. Look at her. Look at her necklace.
Are you looking at all the reactions of all of the artists' faces?
You see her necklace?
Yeah, we see the necklace.
I know. Look at her little dog.
I think that we're in the 21st day.
I think
all I see is a circle going around and around.
Huh? You don't see it?
I don't think she was around for the explanation, but maybe we shouldn't do that again.
I can't see.
She heard the explanation yesterday.
All I see is black.
I love her necklace.
Look at Deborah's face. Is her picture frozen or is she frozen?
I think the picture's frozen. Hey, Deborah likes it.
Lord.
What do you think, Michelle? What do you think?
I love it. It's very creative.
See, Michelle likes it.
That's the kind of thing I like. I definitely have met people that would absolutely buy those.
Hey, there you go.
All righty then. Well, there you go.
Okay. All right.
I can't see.
That's right. I'm a believer.
You can't see Deborah?
Deborah is shocked and dismayed. She's stuck.
Deborah says she can't see anything. Look, Poncho. He's trying to see the Butkins. Did you put the Butkins on the list for tomorrow?
I sure did not.
Didn't I send you a picture?
Yes, you did. I did include it in your creations reel. I figured I'd meet you halfway.
Really, Poncho? Come on now. You have some interesting stuff on your plate, too. I thought they were fun. I like the Butkins.
I'm going to invent something like the Butkins.
You should. You should definitely invent something like the Butkins.
What is that reaction, LaShawn Beal? Do you have a
Poncho?
Do you have a
Poncho?
Do you have a crook in your neck?
Yeah, I do believe that's what it is. I'm trying to work it out, Poncho. I'm trying to work it out.
LaShawn, really, you my guy. See what Kevin said? Kevin said we's just trying to keep y'all pumped until the end.
There you go. But she is.
And she is. She's definitely keeping us pumped.
Yeah. Her and the Butkins.
Thank you, Kevin. The Butkins. Where else can you go and find the Butkins?
Nowhere. Only here on the Creative Quarantine.
There you go. There you go. What Deborah say?
Deborah had given us a warning in advance that she was having inclement weather down her end. So I think that's what's happening.
Oh, okay.
By the bucket.
She said her reception is being attacked by the Butkins. Oh, look at this. Ryan got a back in 5 seconds sign.
What?
All right, Ryan's too funny. There you go, Ryan.
Queen Mother Goddess says, but what, Louise?
Butkins.
And your sister put immediately after that, LOL.
They are the Butkins.
I guess I can see tomorrow.
Butkins. It's a family affair.
We got the explanation. It's a family, and they look like they ran into a wall.
Exactly. Poncho gonna be the first one, the bad one.
They did run into a wall.
Thank you. They ran into a wall.
Put it outside your studio door.
Outside the studio door, are you saying their door stopped?
No, she's saying hang them outside the studio.
No.
Oh, I thought she was saying as a door stop. I got you.
On the door.
See there?
They're little trilogies of terror.
Yeah, it's a violent story. They all ran into a wall.
They all ran into a wall. That's why they're the Butkins.
All right, so I'm going to give an award for the best camera angle for art. It's going to have to go to Michelle Vigent.
Of course. He's got the over the top, over the head.
She got the overhead thing going. She's got
all right, Michelle.
Camera view.
That's working.
What's your prize?
Just the verbal notification. There is no trophy for that.
Maybe she can get a bumpkin.
Oh yeah, that's it. She can get a set of butkins.
You guys are laughing now, but when the Butkins sell out,
Michelle said they would sell. So you
when the Butkins sell out, you guys are gonna be like, oh man, let me get my Butkin now.
Oh, okay.
Look, let me get my butt in now.
Oh wow! Well, it does definitely cheer me up.
It's everything running to a wall.
Yeah.
You just look at the Butkins, and then it'll get your creativity back.
There you go. There you go. See, even Deborah is writing a storyline with this.
That's because Deborah knows.
All right, so if you do the Butkins, I'm going to do the Shitkins.
Okay, all right. That is it. Where is it?
Yeah, it's a cha-ching. Well, that's what I think every time I hear Butkins. The Shitkins.
Poncho, okay, that's twice. Are you going again? Because I just got my finger on the pulse. No, I don't know if you saw them up close. Wait, my son said, "What's that?" Look, my son was looking at them, and he says, "What is that on their butts?" Hold on. So my son's like, "What's on their butt? Look right where their butts are."
Yeah.
And I said, "Well, you see, the guy's really broken up, so that's like." And then the girls just wide, and it's just like.
I think at some point everybody should just mute their microphones.
Hey, look, she has her pearls on, so she should have been out. Was it yesterday? Chucks and pearls or whatever. She should have been out there with the what you call it?
Inauguration.
There you go. Yes, she should have been a part of that. You guys leave my buttkins alone. They're just trying to be themselves.
It's not their fault. They're the butt of jokes.
Oh, but look at Michelle getting in.
Go ahead, Michelle. She's getting them in.
Michelle got one in. There you go. You're right, Michelle.
So, Deborah, are you just sitting there, or are you actually working? Because why do you have your camera like right on your face?
She wanted us to see her.
As much as you claim you hate the camera to be on your face, there you go. Oh, I think she's trying to watch the bucket. She's trying to watch the bucket. She don't want to miss nothing on the screen.
Yeah.
Hey, the Buttkins, the series. They're gonna have their own TV show.
That's your money maker, girl.
There you go. They're gonna have their own television show.
This story is getting sadder and sadder.
Why?
Says the Butkin writer.
There you go. Hey, if South Park can make it, the Buttkins can.
You know, the South Park is only popular because they curse.
Is that it?
Yep.
Well, the Buttkins don't curse.
You know, LaShawn introduced me to South Park.
Shame on you, LaShawn.
But at least it was accompanied by a basket of shrimp.
A bucket of shrimp, thank you.
A bucket of
shrimp. Oh,
let's clarify.
It's a bucket.
Don't be making no mistakes like that. A bucket of shrimp.
No, it definitely was a bucket.
No, it was a bucket. It wasn't a bucket of. It was a bucket. Oh, a bucket of shrimp.
Yes, and they were very tasty.
Oh, they were good.
Why
but
is my sister?
You know
what? Is my sister doing all that laughing?
We did not finish that bucket of shrimp. We tried.
I was gonna say, I'm sure you attempted to.
Yes, we did.
That's because you didn't have the bucket with you.
Lord have mercy.
What is shrimp? Shrimp. Just shrimp? No one's answering.
What? What'd you say, Deborah?
No one answered. What was the sides with the shrimp?
Oh, what was the size of the shrimp, guys?
They had to eat something besides the bucket of shrimp.
They were like medium size, I think. Either a medium to large shrimp.
Yes.
And that's it.
Oh, we had fried.
Girlfriend.
I think it had
Girlfriend.
fries. It had onion rings. It had biscuits in the bottom. It had everything in there. All my folks from Detroit, if you out there in Detroit and you know what the shrimp basket is like, please confirm. I think we got one
Yes.
Detroit person out there.
Yeah, because I think we do.
Well, yo, I got a treat for you now that we've survived the Butkins. I'm going to show you our first video for the contest.
Ooh, let's see. I thought we were showing them tomorrow.
No, we're gonna pick a winner tomorrow.
Oh, okay. All right.
Why
Who
not?
submitted the first video? Where is it? Oh, it's my sister. You have to turn the music up. Uh-huh.
I went to art every day. However, I kept getting the FA, meaning failure because of absence. That was because I left before the art class was over because the next class was lunch. And I had to get downstairs so I could gamble because we was on public aid and they only gave milk and I wanted chocolate. So when I realized that
maybe that's not my sister.
I started class at the last quarter, started finishing up all my assignments, and when I did that, I wind up with a C. So I may not do drawing art, but I do art with frames. I put frames. I do glitter jewelry. I do these jewelry. So all these things I do. So this is my stuff for quarantine BOY, and as you see, I'm pretty good at it. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
All right, we got one submission so far. That's what I'm talking about.
That's our creative quarantine work art.
She done set the stage, y'all.
She just set the stage. And she was the one saying she wasn't going to submit because she wasn't artistic. that a plate, LaShawn? What's up, Karen?
Hey, yo. How y'all doing?
Pretty good. You know how it is. Out here working, girl. Working.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see you guys all day. Anything good?
Well, just working hard. Everybody's out here grinding. Oh, let me show you my new piece. Can you see it? Oh, wait, here.
Where you at?
Right here? Let's see. Where am I?
No, I can't see it on
Hold on. Wait, I'm trying to move it over so you can see it.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I like it.
Didn't that turn out really nice?
Yeah,
this is the guy. I just finished the guy. He's right here.
Oh,
yeah.
That's really nice.
Yeah, so I have one more. But I'm gonna switch you guys around a little bit. I'm gonna sit for a few minutes. And then I'll come back and do the next one.
Tell Pancho the vase is ready. Well, he can hear me. Pancho, the vase is almost ready.
Ooh. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me put you up. Give me a second. Sheldon's in the house. Hey, Sheldon. Is that the bass, Karen?
Looks beautiful.
That's gonna be fabulous. That is gonna be fabulous.
So,
Karen, people have been saying hi to you all day, and you just got here.
There it is. Right side up.
Oh, wow.
So now I can do the finished cleanups. I can finish cleaning it up. And then I can put it in the fire.
That's pretty fabulous. Now, are you going to put that in your kiln?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I know sometimes you say you put really big pieces, but that's not too tall for your kiln.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this one is short enough for me to put in.
Okay.
Louise.
Yeah, Karen?
Louise.
Yeah? Can you hear me?
So I didn't come on. Yeah, I didn't come on in enough time. And I received like 7 messages and Messenger saying, you were supposed to be on at 9:30. Where are you?
Yeah, because girl, they have been all over. Hey, Karen. I'm like, Karen's not on here. Look, they've been saying your name so much. I was looking to see if I had missed you. I was like, did Karen come on and I didn't see? I started scrolling through people.
I had one student that was delayed. So I had to wait for her. And then,
okay, yeah. I was looking.
Yeah.
I was down there looking for you. I'm like, is Karen down there and I missed her? Sheldon's coming to the room. Hey, Sheldon.
Hey, Sheldon.
Sheldon got, Sheldon, you're in a different chair. Get your hair out.
Ooh, Sheldon, you got the hair out.
What? Sheldon's got the hair out, people.
Hey, go ahead, Sheldon.
Sheldon's doing the overhead here. Thanks, Karen. Karen White Buster said she was digging my elongated pieces.
Hey, Buster.
We're on day 21, y'all.
I know we're going to have to go real hard now. So we only have 10 days.
I know, girl. It's crunch time. Crunch time.
It is definitely crunch time. I actually threw several pieces today that I'm going to put together starting tomorrow.
You would, Karen.
What?
I said you would throw several pieces after you got 1 million already.
Yeah,
I guess that's what shows you are the queen of the day, Karen. So
no, I have to I'm trying to catch up with you guys now.
I told Poncho, I said I'm glad you gave Karen that pop car and slowed her down just a little.
Say that again.
Sheldon laughed. Sheldon laughed at look at Sheldon.
Whatever, Sheldon. Whatever. Yes. This part was a challenge and it did slow me down a little bit. Yeah.
We needed something to slow you down a little, Karen. Macho came through. Now we need to throw some kind of slow down on LaShawn over there. Oh, I really like that piece, Deborah.
Hey, Deborah.
Deborah. She's muted. Hold on, let's see. I'm like, Deborah, were you talking because you were muted, girl? I really like that.
Thank you. I'm trying to work it out.
Deborah over there kicking butt too. She keeps popping in. She's hanging out with us through the night now.
Are you guys gonna be up?
Motivation from you all.
Are you guys staying
up
tonight?
Oh, you know we're gonna hang out until we close out. Gonna hang out till we close out, you know, or until I fall out.
Got you.
Till I fall over. I'm gonna hang out till I fall over.
Mm.
Oh wow. Aaron, did you see what Poncho's doing over there?
Oh, that looks beautiful, Poncho.
Thank you, darling. I need to get this off my table.
I bet.
You could have always shipped it to me to get it off your table. Brian, what's you over there doing? I think Brian is making another vinyl.
Is LaShawn not there?
LaShawn was. I think he disappeared. Oh no, there he is. LaShawn. He fell off the screen. He fell off the side of the screen. I had to put him back in.
Hey, LaShawn.
What's up, Karen?
You know why
How you doing, baby? Why I fall off? Why'd I fall off?
Because you're always messing with me. You and Poncho.
Hey, there you go.
Oh.
A little Ivy piece.
I like that.
Oh.
I like the bracelet.
Yeah. Gotta have those pearls.
Now, what are you painting with? I mean, when you do the white, what are you using?
It's silver. It's a silver paint
so
marker.
you're doing that's the paint marker?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, I broke one of my pieces.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, hold on, Karen. Let me I gotta find you. It's so many. It's so many. Are you showing it? Oh, there it is. Karen broke one of her pieces.
I broke it. Can you do anything with that, LaShawn? If I break it some more?
You ain't even gotta break it anymore. I can do the rest of the breaking on it. You know what? Yeah.
Okay.
Take off that edge. Take off that edge. I could definitely do something with it. Yeah.
All right.
And you really don't have to do anything, Karen. No, you can leave it as is. You can leave it as is.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Then this. Okay. Cool. Then I'll send it to you. So the
All right.
the weight on it is
Say what?
1.5 pounds.
Okay.
The weight, as far as how it weighs,
Uh-huh.
is 1.5 pounds, and I'll just dust her off, scrub her up a little bit because I pay on her when she dropped. Okay, I was kind of like, but that's okay. So it made me throw. Huh?
We can salvage that.
Let me tell you what it
We
made
can
me do.
salvage.
Salvage that. It made me throw 4 more pieces today.
Wow.
Because I broke that one. I was like, oh man.
You was gonna throw 4 more pieces anyway, Kim.
What?
I said you probably would have thrown 4 more pieces anyway.
but it made me work a little harder to go ahead and throw those. I was like, let me go ahead and throw these right now. All right. I'm going to just let this sit and dry for the rest of the night because it's pretty much done. I just need to sand it. Yeah, I'm done. So now I can actually roll. I can do my other stuff.
Oh, okay.
Nice synchronization there, Louise.
Ain't it funny how
Ryan, is that person anybody in particular?
Can you hear me? Am I still muted?
I can hear you. I can hear you now. Is he that anybody in particular?
It's Bernie Sanders sitting at the inauguration. Like this image has been all over the internet over the past like 24 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's really neat. Brian, you have a couple of questions. It says, Ryan, are you going to place him in the scenes like all those memes?
Probably not. I like the way this looks.
I do too. Carol said that I had to rob a bank, a gas station, an old folks home. I'm ready. Bring on the art. We have a question here. It says, for the painters, I've only seen one person use gloves. How, why, when do you choose to wear or not wear them?
I am very anal about washing my hands while painting. So I use gloves most of the time. I use them when I'm gluing. I use them when I'm handling artwork that I'm painting, areas that I might touch. And so, yeah. And then every now and then I take them off.
Yeah, for me, it all depends on what I'm painting, what I'm painting with.
Same for me. Depends on what I'm painting with. If I'm messing with gel mediums or something like that, where my hands can get exposed a lot, then I'll wear gloves.
I've just given up completely. I get paint on my hands even if I do wear gloves. Coconut oil works like a charm to get paint off my hands.
Thank you for that tip, Ryan. Because I just walk around with painted hands all day. Oh, I really like that poncho.
Yeah, trying to get these video pieces done.
I know. I got to get on mine tomorrow. Because me and the Sandman got an appointment tonight.
Well, 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 everybody. We have reached the end of the artist hours because we have been stretching it out. We are getting ready to start winding off for the evening. Deborah, you were in the zone over there. I didn't want to bother you.
Don't disturb her. Don't give no excuses to her.
She was in the zone, man. She was in the zone.
She really was. She really was.
Yeah.
Are you sweating over there? Oh.
Nice, nice, nice. Very, very nice.
Yeah, I really like that, Deborah.
It's going to be a nice addition to your collection of stuff. All right, y'all. Well, everybody's going to get ready to sign off for the evening. I will see you guys tomorrow on day number 22. For those of you that are still watching, remember to tune in to our sale tomorrow at 6.
That's right.
Until then, y'all, we are all about to sign off. Say goodbye, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Goodbye.
Bye.